yelling myself hoarse on this radio every day. It's just the weather dumps on us frequently here, and maybe my transmission doesn't get through. I don't know.
I can't understand one word of what you say, Willard.
It's all going swell, sir.
Get the bit up! Get it out!
Turn it off! Off! Hey! Switch it off!
Think you better come and check out Site 2. But what about this?
Blow through it. Find more meteorite.
Nah, something a little younger than that.
Oh no! Billy!
I don't want you to set that explosive, do you hear me? I do not want you to set that explosive!
Wretched pyros. This place is a busy history.
Hello, and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider 3 to celebrate its 25th anniversary. Hey there, Drake. I know you hate playing dominoes, so I can give you a tip for Gambler Night if you want to hate it less. Go for it, Drake. It might be a long time before I do that in Red Dead 2 again in the future. I don't have any current plans to do another 100% playthrough. I've been doing good. Things have been going well, Drake. Had a good day. The day's still going, but we're in the afternoon here now. So it's almost night time. I'm going to go and have a look at the YouTube guide that I've been watching to find the secrets. We're doing the South Pacific Island levels now. After you do the first 4 levels in India, the game lets you choose which order you do the next 3 locations in. And for this playthrough, I went with Nevada first, because in the second level of Nevada, Lara's weapons and health kits and all her ammo literally get taken off you. So if you want to build up a lot of ammo and weapons, if you leave Nevada till last out of the 3, then you're going to be left with very, very minimal weaponry for the last 4 levels in the game. So we've done Nevada levels first, and then we did the London levels. So we're up to the South Pacific Islands, and once we do those levels, it'll then put us in the last few levels of the game. But the way that the streams have been going, I tend to get one whole location done per stream. So in the last stream, we started the London levels and finished them. So I anticipate that today, starting the South Pacific Island levels, that we'll finish them. It takes a bit longer too because I'm actually looking at a guide to find the secrets. For this playthrough, I wanted to get all the secrets in the game to unlock the bonus level, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing any because I don't know where they are off the top of my head. I don't have time to try and find them on my own. So I've been using a guide, which has put a little bit of extra time on the play, but wanted to do that for the 25th anniversary. Drake, here's what you learn playing Domino. You have to anticipate what block the enemy doesn't have in Emerald Station. If he doesn't have that block, he will keep taking till he gets what he needs. Careful though, it may backfire on you. Yeah, yeah, that's the one that I tend to play at the Emerald Ranch one. Sometimes I've found luck playing the ones in camp, but not 100% though. The screen will actually freeze while I check the guide. Drake. And you always have to make the opening for your blocks. Here's another thing, knowing how to close paths for your opponent. Example, left corner there is a 6, and you notice that he's avoiding that path. Flip him off and give him another 6, pick up more bricks. Yeah, that's a good way to put that as well. Here it is. That's the key that we need. Drake Lara Croft invading Area 51 before it was mainstream. Yeah, that was funny. That scenario that happened. The game screen's going to freeze, but that's because I'm looking at the guide for the secrets. Drake. So you've been playing Red Dead Redemption 2 and currently at Chapter 2. You finished the Herbalist Challenge and you need to get that Legend outfit. Oh, good progress, dude. Yeah, getting the outfits. There's some really cool ones in that game, and I like some of the combinations you can craft as well. Hey there, Viper. How's things going? That was the smuggler's key. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Viper, you're going well, just tired, are you? I see. Hopefully you can get some good rest soon. Oh shit. I forgot. Fuck. I forgot that was a trap there. Reload my save. It's not that far back. Draco, yes, so currently at chapter 2, and you have Marston's Cattlemans. So how did you get that? His Cattlemans. How'd you get that so early in the game? Drake, you need a dynamite and fire arrows. Oh, did you... Because I think I saw a video someone did where they got inside a shopkeeper's place and they were able to loot stuff from it that you're not able to access until later or something. Before starting pour forth oil, you need to burn a tree where John is leaning into. Oh, okay. Alright, Harbinger, I'll redeem that for you. Alright, so I've got one. Eggs, eggs, eggs. You have no respect for logic. But he's got an axe. And I have no respect for those who have no respect for logic. You are a very stupid person. You tell your brother he messes with me, he messes with my whole family. So that's from Twins. Drake, you know it ain't right killing the protagonist of Red Dead 1, but the revolvers are needed lots, are they? Yeah, I just tend to wait until, pardon me, I get the volcanic pistols. They're my favorite handguns in Red Dead 2. That's okay, Drake. Absolutely no worries at all. I hope you have a good one. Have a good time with Red Dead Redemption 2. How much of that scene was kind of short. Yeah, it was still a scene from one of his movies, though. Alright, that's 2 secrets, and there's one more left in this level. I'll check the video guide for where that is. The screen will freeze, but only because I'm clicking off of it. Actually, having a look, the game says that there's 3 secrets in this level, but I think from memory, this must be the level where the game telling you that there's a certain amount of secrets is actually untrue, that it's supposed to be more than what they show. So this must be that mission slash level where that's the case. So this level actually has 4 secrets, not 3. Alright, Lara's picked up one of the serpent stones. Alright, so this is secret 3. The game tells you that there's only 3 for this level, but the guide I'm looking at has 4. And I remember reading that there's a level in this game where the count for how many the game tells you is in the level is actually wrong. So there's actually one other secret. So I'll make a save here and I'll watch the video and see where the next one is. The game screen and sound will go off, but that's only because I'm clicking off the window to check the video. That's another serpent stone. Alright, so there's actually 4 secrets in this level. It only says of 3, but there's actually a 4th one. So if you're just going by looking at when it says secrets found 3 of 3, you might think, oh, found all the secrets, and then you might not bother to look for the other one. But there's actually 4. So we've gotten the 4 secrets that are in this first level. Hey there, Milan. How's things been going? What an asshole of an enemy, making me use one of my small meta packs out of 43. Jeez, I don't know, game. Do I have to use it? I'm a hoarder in these games when it comes to health packs. Milan, not bad. You nearly live in Liverpool. You had a long day's boating yesterday, 17 hours of driving the boat to cover 60 miles. You have some work to do in Liverpool. That's a lot of hours. Holy shit. Um, how many times do you have sort of like a break roughly when you're doing a trip like that? I knew there was something I forgot to do. Take that message off about Assassin's Creed streams. Take that off and have the Tomb Raider one. There we go. Milan, you just stopped for breakfast, ate lunch while you were going along, and drank plenty of tea that June kept you well supplied with. You had a proper meal when you moored up. To be honest, at 4 miles per hour, it's not too bad. You spent a lot of the time sitting on the edge of the roof controlling the tiller. Well, that's good then. It's good that you still stop for a little bit as well and be able to eat as you go too. That way you're still making progress. That's cool. That sounds like a decent trip. Alright, so this cutscene here, I'm going to let it play without talking over it, and then if there's anything I want to say about it, I'll reload this save and then replay the cutscene but then talk over it. Milan, it was a little rainy at the end of the day, but not heavy rain, so it was rather pleasant. Only 30 miles to go, so you can be more leisurely from here, not moving until Monday now. Oh, well that's good. That's good it wasn't heavy, or anything that would be frustrating or annoying as well. Oh.
Not interrupting, am I?
Not bleeding, are you? Not about to use this place as a dunny?
No, and no.
Good. Good. Just don't want any fly-carrying visitors in here.
Right, I understand. What happened?
Woke up in the jungle with one of those little blokes snacking on my leg, didn't I?
A tribesman? It isn't usual for them to eat right off the bone like that.
Well, it was dark and I never got the bugger, so I can't be sure. Something spooky is in that jungle. Our air carrier crashed up in the mountains. Every night some of my men would vanish without trace. Others fled in fear. Then this happened. So I brought the men down to shore for safety, only for us all to be captured by this greedy mob. Some sort of sacrifice to their god who lives up in the hills. Though it seems I've not been invited to the barbie.
Maybe you're the dessert. Ripe flesh can be a bit of a delicacy around here.
For real?
Listen, we'd better get you out of here. Do you know how the tribe crossed the swamp down there? Which stones they tread on?
Yeah, but, I'm staying put. With this wound, I'd be like a fill-up station to every diseased bug in the bush. I'd rather be the main course of the real feast. Hey, if you see any of my men alive in there, direct them to the North Shore, will you? Away from here.
Of course.
Hey there, Senny. G'day to you, dude. How's things? There we go. So that's the coastal village level done. There's actually 4 secrets. The game only says of 3, but there's actually a 4th secret. And if you miss this secret and you don't get all the other secrets in the game, then this could cost you being able to unlock the bonus level. So we've got 4 of 3 in that level. There wasn't just 3, there was 4. Milan, that guy has a real cubist face. Must have been in a car crusher accident. Yeah, the good old blocky graphics of the PlayStation 1 era. This is the PC version, but still. Alright, so I'm going to reload my save, and then going to do some commentary over that cutscene we just watched. I'll also translate some of the words that are used by the character. He's supposed to be Australian, but there's also a little bit of New Zealand accent about the actor who did the voice.
Not interrupting, am I?
Not bleeding, are you? Not about to use this place as a dunny?
No.
So dunny means
no.
toilet.
Good. Good.
And
Just
he's
don't want
worried
any
that
fly-carrying visitors in here.
any
Right,
bugs or
I
anything
understand.
that he doesn't
What's
want
happened?
might chew on
Woke
his
up in the
leg.
jungle with one of those little blokes snacking on my leg, didn't I?
So those enemies we've been fighting are
It isn't usual
cannibals.
for them to eat right off the bone like that.
Well, it was dark and I never got the bugger, so I can't be sure. Something spooky is in that jungle.
Jungle? Something
Our air
spooky,
carrier
eh?
crashed up in the mountains. Every night some of my men would vanish without trace.
That'd be quite freaky,
Others
actually.
fled in fear. Then this happened. So I brought the men down to shore for safety, only for us all to be captured by this greedy mob. Some sort of sacrifice to their god who lives up in the hills. Though it seems I've not been invited to the barbie.
Barbie,
Maybe
of
you'll
course,
be
means
dessert.
barbecue.
Ripe flesh can be a bit of a delicacy around here.
For real?
For real?
Listen, we'd better
You
get
sure,
out of here.
Lara?
Do
You
you know how the
sure?
tribe crossed the swamp down there? Which stones they tread on?
Yeah, but I'm staying put. With this wound, I'd be like a fill-up station to every diseased bug in the bush. I'd rather be the main course of the real feast.
I'd rather
Hey,
be the main course of
see
the
any of
real
my men
feast.
alive in there?
Aye.
Direct them to the North Shore, will you? Away from here.
Of course.
There we go. And bugger is kind of like let's say for example someone said that they were going to do something for you that was going to be really cool, but something came up and they're not able to do it. So you might say, "Oh, bugger, I was looking forward to that," as in like, "Oh, damn," or something like that. That's how it can be used. It can also be used in other sort of ways, like bugger me can also be like, "Oh, for fuck's sake," kind of thing. "Oh, bugger me." Of course that would happen. You know, that kind of thing. So bugger is a word that can be used for many different things. To relate it to Tomb Raider, in the Tomb Raider movie, the first one with Angelina Jolie, there's a part where she's microwaving something. I can't remember what it is, but it doesn't microwave properly, and she's like, "Bugger." So it can also be used for disappointment in something as well. Crooked, you're doing well, thanks. How's Tomb Raider going? The fly mosquito noise makes you crazy. The other night you caught 4 hours of sleep because you kept being massacred by one. I absolutely hate when that kind of stuff happens when you're trying to get some sleep. And they can be so damn friggin' annoying too, as well. Glad to hear that you're doing well, Crooked. That's awesome, dude. Tomb Raider's going good. We've knocked over the first level in the South Pacific Islands. This is the last of the 3 places that you get to choose the order in which you do them. So I did Nevada and then London last stream. and there's 4 levels in this place as well. So we've got 3 left. It'll probably take me the rest of the stream, I think, to get the rest of the levels done, but that's okay. The pace that I'm going at, considering I'm also getting all the secrets, is pretty good. Plus, I don't remember where they all are, so I have to look up a guide, so that takes a little bit of time. But it's going pretty well. Milan lol, Aussie slang translations included. You cheeky bugger, as in you're a cheeky one. Exactly, Milan. Yeah, it can be used in that sort of way too, as well. Um, like if someone was like, oh, you know, check your pocket, and then you're like, oh, what's this? It's like I put that in there, and you're like, oh, you cheeky bugger! I wasn't expecting you to put some money in my pocket. You know, sort of things like that too. You can use it in that way. Or you can also say that's a bugger. That's a bugger of a thing, as in like that's a shame. Or buggered can be like, oh, I really buggered that up, as in I messed it up. It's like I was trying to fix that fan, but I buggered it up, and now it won't work at all, kind of thing. Hey there, AC. How the frick does one find 4 out of 3 secrets? That's not how numbers work, or maths. Yeah, I think there was an error with the game when they told you how many secrets there were in total in that level. Um, to get the bonus level, you have to get all the secrets in the game, so that's potentially one that can be easily missed, because if you're going just by the marking of, oh, I've got 3 of 3, you might be like, there's no more secrets, and then you won't look for more. But that might be the level where you miss out. So that's why I'm using a guide as well, to make absolutely sure. So this second level has 3 secrets. I'm going to check the guide, but the screen will actually go on freeze, but that's only because I'm clicking off the game screen. Something I forgot to mention too in that cutscene is Lara was given a map that marks in the swamp where to actually jump, so that you don't jump on the wrong thing, because some of the platforms are fake and it actually leads you to sink. Alright, that's secret 1 of 3. Milan, you had a stranger hail you over to the bank the other day when they saw you driving the boat in heavy rain. You were already soaked to the skin. They gave an umbrella that can be attached to your roof edge so you can keep relatively dry on future wet cruising days, and invited you aboard their boat for a hot drink and noodles. Nice person, that is. You'll keep in touch with them and pay their kindness forward when the opportunity arises. That is so cool, Milan, that there was someone that was so generous to actually give you that, because they could have just, let you pass by and not have bothered, but goes to show that they're very generous by doing that. Something that will no doubt definitely come in handy for future times when you might need it. Oh, absolutely, Milan. To have something like that happen is really cool. That first secret in this level was pretty close to the start. I'm going to have a look at where the next one is. The game screen's only frozen because I'm clicking with it. Unlike the previous level, there actually is just 3 secrets. There isn't a extra one that the game doesn't account for on the screen. Look at the big grin on the raptor. Imagine someone in real life actually coming across a location where dinosaurs actually still existed. And imagine if that person killed the last one. Like, could you imagine the reactions around the world to that kind of stuff? Well, Gaia is looking at the open side hatch as if she wants to go out, but then looks back at you as if to ask if it's okay to go out for a bit, as she thinks you'll be moving on without her. Yeah, animals are funny, aren't they? With their kind of like reactions to things, and sometimes if they see you about to go somewhere, they might think that you're actually going to be going out, but you might just be going out the front to do something different, you know? Hey there, Rosie, welcome on in. F this dinosaur, I'm looking for a chalice or something more important. Yeah, it's like screw the dinosaur. The world doesn't need to know that they didn't actually die out. Milan, you wonder what they said to the person who killed the last dodo. They would have probably been like, you're a fucking dodo for doing that. Be like, how dare you? What have you done? Crooked, they said, die die. Yeah, the dodo will now die die. And it's now dead dead. You know, the funny thing is, like, let's say you were able to discover that an animal thought to be long extinct actually wasn't. And if you took a photo of it, and then you went back and you were like, hey, I actually discovered this, they'd be like, good one. You just photoshopped that. Like, no. You'd be like, no, you just deepfaked that. That animal doesn't exist anymore. Good one, nice prank. People probably wouldn't believe the person unless they were actually able to bring it back and physically show it and say, hey, this thing still does exist. I think this is just a longer way to get to the top of the plane, I think. Yeah, that's all it is. Oh well. Let's move on to the area that I want to go to that has the next secret. Milan, you read somewhere that the Australian Army were used to attempt a cull of the emu population, but they failed at the attempt. It was said to be known as the Emu War. Humans lost that one too. Those emus are hardy buggers. Yeah, it's so interesting when things like that happen. Like some of them sound like something that's in like a parody movie or something, you know? You can kill these dudes, of course, but you can also help them. If you want to get their ammo, you can kill them. But the dinosaurs killed them. Milan, how does Lara hit anything jumping about like that? Lara is very, very talented. She also has springs for legs as well. Boing, boing, boing. Alright, so that's secret 2 of 3. Now to look at where the next secret is. Screen will go frozen, but that's only because I'm clicking off the screen. Milan. She must be related to Zebedee. Who is Zebedee? Haven't heard of that before. Milan, he's a character from the Magic Roundabout. He literally has a spring instead of legs. Oh, okay. Yeah, never actually saw that. Alright, so that's the Commander Bishop key. Milan, the old series of The Magic Roundabout was translated into English from French by a guy who lied about knowing French so he could get the job. His translated episodes were really trippy and strange, but the original French writers liked his stories better, so they literally translated the English versions into French and rerun their entire series with the new scripts. True story. Holy shit. Now that's one way to... Well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't necessarily be looked at a fail, but what a way to fail upwards and actually succeed by having them be like, hey, we actually like your mistranslations of our stories better, so we'll retranslate your mistranslations into our language. Milan, he just made the stories up from what he saw on the screen, like making up a script for a movie with the sound off. Oh, I see what you mean now. Yeah, so it wasn't that he was mistranslating what was being said. He was literally making up all the dialogue to be different. Oh my fucking god, after all that. Well, and funny thing is that though his translation matched what was on the screen, the stories were completely different. The events were wildly different depicted and the characters were totally different. It's funny how something made with stop motion puppetry can be seen in so many different ways if you take the sound away. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And create something new from it. And there we go, that's secret 3 of 3 in this level. That's my favorite beat when using the pistols. Milan, an example of how trippy and weird the English version was, is an episode where characters see a falling star and go looking for it. They eventually find a star in a garden and ask it if it's the fallen star they saw. The star replies, I could be, but I'm not really a star, you know. I'm a Xanadu. I'm in disguise. Oh, okay. The only thing I know Xanadu from is wasn't there was this song or something by Olivia Newton-John. Alright, so Lara just picked up Lieutenant Tuckerman's key. The two keys that we need. Milan, that was the closing line of the story too, was it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with what a Xanadu actually is. Oh, it's a type of fruit, is it? Okay, yeah, I didn't actually, I had no idea.
No.
We're near the end of the level, so there's no point in me using a health kit. We'll just get our health back at the start of the next one. Hello there, Sheila. It's going really, really good, thank you. Things are going well. Making good progress on this game. I found all the secrets in this level, and we're almost finished this level. Milan, either Lara is incredibly small, or that plane is improbably huge. That was the roomiest cockpit you've ever seen. Yeah, that was the funny thing about 3D games back in this period, was getting used to how to portray proportions and things in proportion to another as well. And so you get keyholes that are huge, yet when Lara actually uses the key that she's found, it's a very, very small key that gets used in a very, very large hole. There's going to be a cutscene as we go into here, so I'm going to save it, and then if there's anything I want to say about the cutscene, I'll reload the save and then talk over it.
Is well for you, me fasting this day. You make plenty good flesh pot.
You forget. I might be quite hungry myself. Famished, actually.
Ugh.
Why did your ancestors flee from Antarctica so suddenly?
Coma, bad place. Plenty flesh. But for the price of evil. Mutilation. The sixth leader, Mauki, were born without a face. Terrible storms. Men afraid. Run! Set curse of Maoki on the land. No one good enough.
But you still worship it?
White fella later come here with magic Kuma stone. In a day, we celebrate the death of him. The Feast of Smile.
One of Darwin's sailors. Poor fool. Where's the stone now?
He lucky fella that kill you. A plenty merry like you.
I'll be sure to point that out to him.
Alright, so that's the crash site level done. 3 of 3 secrets found. Now I'll reload the save and talk about that scene. Alright, so you've got to remember that this is one of the cannibals in the area. So of course, he's like, oh, what a meal Lara would make. And on the wall here are just pictures of the meteorite crashing. The same meteorite that the artifacts Lara is looking for are made out of, and were spread across the world.
Me fasting this day. You make plenty good flesh pot.
You forget. I might be quite hungry myself. Famished, actually.
Ugh.
I love how he goes, ugh. The irony of a cannibal being disgusted at the idea of them being eaten by someone else.
Bad place. Plenty flesh. But for the price of evil. Mutilation. The sixth leader, Mauki, were born without a face.
Born without a face. That kind of ties in with what Sophia was doing with her experiments and people not having faces.
But you still worship it?
White fella later come here with magic Kuma stone. In a day,
So he's talking about one of Darwin's sailors who came to the area
Sailors. Poor fool.
with the artifact.
Where's the stone now?
I love he's like, oh, yeah, yeah.
He lucky fella that kill you. A plenty merry like you.
I'll be sure to point that out to him.
And point that out to him with her pistols drawn, I'm sure. So it's very lucky that he was fasting that day. That's the only reason why. But I'm sure that a few shots with Lara's shotgun and his attempt to eat her would have been for nothing as well. So it's actually lucky for him that he's fasting and that he didn't try to kill Lara to eat her. Milan, her infinite ammo pistols that never need reloading at that. They are a miraculous artifact in themselves. That's so true. It's interesting because I would dare say that in the reboot trilogy of Tomb Raider games, one of the reasons why they probably didn't end up giving Lara the dual pistols is because they probably were like, well, if we give Lara the dual pistols, then we need to give her unlimited ammo because that's the traditional kind of thing. And they probably felt that having a character have unlimited ammo would kind of fly in the face of the realism that they were trying to convey. Now, obviously, realism in video games is one of those things that easily gets put under the category of, oh, you're meaning completely realistic. And video games can never be completely realistic because there's a lot of elements that go into video games that are going to be there. Otherwise, it's not a video game after that point. It's a documentary. So I feel that if they were to have included the dual pistols in the reboot trilogy, I don't think it would be wrong to have the pistols be unlimited ammo. Because the thing about that is, as long as they didn't make it that the pistols were OP, obviously there would be need for other weapons. And obviously in these older Tomb Raider games too, you can play through the games and only use your pistols the whole time. You don't have to use any of the other ammo at all, but using the other weapons that you have that are more powerful than the pistols definitely can come in handy in a lot of situations. So I feel that in the newer games, they could still keep the dual pistols with unlimited ammo, and any realism that it would ruin, it wouldn't matter because there's going to be gameplay logic anyway. It's still a video game. For example, in a game where your character injures their arm, in a video game, they might be able to be like, right, the character's injured their arm, we'll just have the character use a health item and then their arm will be miraculously healed. You know, some games might go the extra mile and make it that the actual health item is a bandage, and that using the bandage around the arm would be something that would be more realistic than just basically drinking a potion or a bit of medicine to make your injury go away. If you wanted to add extreme realism to a game where when your character injures their arm, what you would have to do is you would have to make it that when the character's arm is injured, if it's broken, for example, that your character for the rest of the game would not be able to use that arm at all because it's broken. An even more extreme way to create realism would be to say, oh, so your character broke their arm? Well, however long it would take for a broken arm in real life to mend, that's how long the game's going to keep track of the fact that your character has a broken arm, and it won't mend until however many months of real time have actually passed. That level of realism is something that I don't think people would flock to the game to experience. That would only be like a really niche kind of player who would be like, hey, that's really, really challenging to have a game where you break your arm, then you have to wait the amount of real time that it would take for a real arm break to mend, you know. So video games are always going to have that level of unrealism, even when they're trying to be more realistic. And I feel that when people say something's trying to be more realistic, some people interpret that as meaning, oh, so you're saying that it's 100% realistic and everything that happens in real life in that way is how it's going to be presented in the video game world. And it's like, no. As I said before, someone drinking a healing item is not going to mend a broken leg in real life, but in a video game it can, you know. So there's a sort of balance, and that's what all sort of like fiction has to try and balance if they're trying to be realistic. Is you got to balance the realism with the sort of like creativity of what you want to do. You know, so if you want to have a character to be more realistic in a video game, there's going to be some things that aren't going to be realistic for that character. But they try to do a level of realism where it's like, if your character gets injured, then they're going to have a reaction to that. They're not just going to not have any reaction and just lose health. You know, to be more realistic, your character's going to go, ah, fuck, or something like that when they get hit. They're not just going to get hit and just go do 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 do. You know, so that's a level of realism that you can put in a video game and still have video game logic, and that's what you're always going to have. I think it's a different story when you're making fun of something. Like if you're making fun of something in a video game because it's not realistic, that's one thing. But if you're seriously critiquing the fact that it's not 100% realistic, then I think that is sort of like a way to look at things in video games that isn't going to make things enjoyable for you. But there's so many things that can be a cut-off point for people, especially people who have knowledge of certain things. So if you have a game that's trying to be realistic and you have a character who is using a weapon, if someone in real life knows how that weapon actually works and how it looks when someone uses it properly, if they saw a character in a video game using it incorrectly, that to them might take them out of the experience and then have them go, well, I can't immerse myself in this world. They're not using the gun properly. Whereas someone who doesn't have that knowledge, or if it doesn't worry them, would see that, and if they don't even realize that it's wrong, they'd just accept it and just move on, you know? So there's always going to be something that we all subjectively look at, and that takes us out of the experience. But I think when you look at a video game, there's certain things that you're always going to have the logic of. It's like you're always going to have a game over type situation, you know, where a point where your character dies and then the game is like game over, you know. A character gets shot, they're always going to have their health taken off them in a health bar situation. And in real life, if we got shot, we're not just going to wait a few minutes and then we'll heal ourselves. You know, that's something that happens in the world of video games. You get shot, you go into cover, you wait a few seconds, and then your health's all the way back, and then you go and fight again, and that kind of stuff. So going back to what I was saying, with the reboot Tomb Raider games, I don't think it would have been a bad idea to bring in the dual pistols and even still have unlimited ammo, because they wouldn't be the most powerful weapon in the game. So it wouldn't really put the player at a OP advantage over the game from start to finish by letting them have unlimited ammo in the dual pistols, because there would be enemies that later on would require more shots to kill with the pistol and leave it open for you to get killed in an amount of time that is different to if you had a more powerful weapon, say, and you were able to kill the enemy in a couple of shots and all that kind of stuff. Sheila, you think there's one scene with the dual pistol in the reboot trilogy at the end of Tomb Raider when you kill Matthias? You know it's just for the nostalgia, but the pistols are there. Exactly. Yeah, a lot of fans, when that first game in that trilogy came out, they were expecting that at the end of the game, or at some point in the game, that Lara would actually get the dual pistols. And when they saw that moment in Tomb Raider 2013 where Lara does indeed use dual pistols, they thought, oh, we're finally getting it. And so that expectation bled over into Rise of the Tomb Raider. So fans who had played that first game and saw that Lara used the dual pistols were hoping that, oh, this means that in the sequel they're gonna bring it. And so people were expecting that. And in Rise of the Tomb Raider, the dual pistols aren't a thing that you use. So fans got disappointed and were like, well, fuck you then. Tease us with the dual pistols and not even give it to us. And then some were like, okay, well, maybe in the next game after, she'll have the dual pistols. Shadow of the Tomb Raider comes out, no dual pistols. So the fans who were really expecting the dual pistols to be in the trilogy continually were disappointed that it wasn't brought in. Lore-wise, with that version of Lara, she does actually have the dual pistols still. The two pistols that Roth was using throughout the game, the ones that Lara actually got in her possession, after the events of Yamatai, she actually still had them. So she actually took them back home with her. So she has Roth's pistols. And in Rise of the Tomb Raider, even though it's not in the main game, if you do the Blood Ties DLC where you're actually exploring Lara Croft's mansion, there are actually some things that you find. So Lara in the reboot trilogy still actually owns the dual pistols. It's just that they've chosen not to have her use them in the games that they've done with that character so far. But I really feel that at this point, whatever the next game is, if it's still going to be that version of Lara Croft, then I think it's about time to actually finally give those fans who have really wanted the dual pistols to be part of gameplay to actually be able to use it, finally, and all that kind of stuff. But personally, while I understand the disappointment, it was never a thing where I was like, I don't like these games at all because of this one thing not being in them. So I'm one of those fans that likes the reboot trilogy as well as the old school Tomb Raider. And recently they actually released finally, because it's been announced for years, or for a couple of years at least, the Netflix animated movie series that they were going to do of Tomb Raider. They finally released a trailer for it. And they said that it's going to be the same version of Lara from the reboot trilogy games, and looking at the actual teaser trailer that they released recently, it definitely is confirmed that it's the same Lara Croft from the 2013 Rise and Shadow of the Tomb Raider games. So the only difference is, of course, that the actress who has played Lara in the reboot trilogy, Camilla Luddington, isn't reprising the role for the animated series. Hayley Atwell is playing Lara Croft in the animated series. And it was kind of like suggested that that there'd be a time jump. So it would be a few years at least after Shadow of the Tomb Raider. They've also confirmed that that Jonah will be a character in it. And they've actually confirmed that a character named Zip, who was in Tomb Raider Chronicles and Tomb Raider Legend and Underworld, although that version was different to the one in Chronicles, they're doing yet another version of Zip and bringing him into the reboot series. So they're still continuing with that version of Lara Croft. But in terms of the next video game, they've always been saying that they're going to be unifying the timelines. So don't know what's going to happen with that. But the animated series that they advertised recently, that's actually set after Shadow of the Tomb Raider at some point. Hey there, Keone. Happy Friday to you as well. I really hope you're having a good one. Well, that level of realism would be epic in a survival game. It would make you think about your decisions about how to achieve goals. Oh, absolutely. If you had injuries that had a real world healing time, and if you wanted to be able to survive the scenario, you'd have to take that into account. It's like, okay, so your character's right arm, which is the arm that they favored, can't be used for a few months of real time. So, what other ways can you have the character get through situations? You might have to do things that build up their left arm or something, or find alternate ways of doing things. Hey there, Maxi. Welcome on in, dude. I am, yeah, it's going really well. How's things going for you, dude? AC, if you walk into a forest and cut down a tree, but the tree doesn't understand why you cut it down, do you think it's stumped? Yes, I think it would be definitely stumped. I think in that situation it would be going against the wood grain if it thought otherwise. Sheila, did they announce a new Tomb Raider? So they announced a new Tomb Raider game. I think a year and a half, 2 years ago, and same with the animated series. But it seems like the animated series is going to be the first thing out of the gate, though. But I don't know when. I don't think it said. Although I think it might have been November or something, the release date for it. Max, you're doing good, thanks. You're getting some sort of flu, so you just need to rest this evening? Oh no. Just what you don't need to have happen. I hate when shit like that happens. Hopefully, whatever symptoms you do have actually go away really quickly, dude, as well. I don't blame you for needing to rest as well. Definitely got to rest as much as you can. I'm going to go and have a look at a YouTube video for the secrets in this level. If I have a look what the game says there's supposed to be 3 secrets. The game screen is frozen only because I'm clicking off of it. Oh, that's okay, Maxi. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. I'm still looking at that guide, but I thought what I might do is actually provide a link to the Tomb Raider: The Legend of Lara Croft trailer that was released recently. The animated one that's coming to Netflix. There we go. So there's a link to that. Um, they also actually showed or announced a trailer for an animated series based on Onimusha as well, which I thought was quite cool because I really liked at least the first 3 games in the series. I never played the 4th one all the way through, but there's also a Onimusha series coming to Netflix as well. But yeah, that's the trailer for the well, the teaser. It's more of a teaser. It's not really a full trailer. Well, the trees must have dirty minds. They always have wood. They probably do. Alright, so I scoped out where the first secret is in this level. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Milan. There ain't no mountain high enough. There ain't no valley low enough. There ain't no river deep enough to keep me from you. Thanks for redeeming that. They sound like lyrics for a song. Or from a song. Ah, so it is lyrics from a song? Definitely sounds a little bit familiar. Milan, have you ever wondered how much damage you can do to a car with a punt gun? You neither, till you saw a video that demonstrates that very thing on YouTube. No, I hadn't, and hadn't seen anything like that before. It's interesting the things that you can find on YouTube. Hey, Jonas. Hey, Percenter. Welcome on in. How's things going? Milan, for those who don't know, a punt gun is an old design of muzzle loading black powder shotgun that was designed for duck hunting that could shoot a flock of ducks out of the air with one shot. They range from 12 foot to 20 foot long and look like a rifle. The barrel and muzzle flash deflector of a 50 cal rifle fit comfortably down the barrel of a punt gun with room to spare. Ah, yeah, I thought it might have just been like a very sort of, well, probably similar to like what do they call them? Like a, what's the friggin' word from? Can't remember now. What's that type of gun that's really, really like sort of, I mean, it would still be dangerous if you shot someone with it, but it's not like a really powerful weapon or something. I can't remember the name of it. probably think of the name like months from now. When I'm not even thinking about it. Then I'll be like, oh yeah. There we go. So this is where the first secret of this level is. Oh. BB gun. That's what I was thinking of. Hello, Lizzie. How's things? I'll make a save here, and I want to check my YouTube video I'm using to see where the next secret is. The game screen will freeze, but that's only because I'm clicking off of it. Milana punt is the little flat-bottomed rowboats they used to put the punt gun on to fire them. Ah, you couldn't fire one from the shoulder without injuring yourself. Ah, I see. So that's where the origin of the name punt gun came from. Cool. Yeah, it's always interesting to find out the origin of words and also inventions and objects and how those words that they're, or the names that they're called relate to, you know, how it was used or something like that too. Yeah, Milan, it would seem so. Toasted Lara for breakfast. Lizzie, you're going good. That's excellent to hear. I'm glad that you're going well. The game's going good. Going through and getting all the secrets. The previous level to this one, the game, when you go to the statistics, said that there was only 3 in total, but there was actually 4. So if you actually don't realize that, then it's something that you can easily miss. So for this playthrough, I'm getting all the secrets in the game so that I can unlock the bonus level that you get from getting all the secrets. And I'm doing really well also. Things are going good. Percenter, yeah, some crazy vids on YouTube. You were watching one of a digital simulation whereby a bus would crash into a solid concrete wall at increasing speeds. By 200 miles per hour, the bus was just crumpling into a twisted ball of metal. Holy shit. Yeah, it also reminds me of videos where they sort of like test the toughness of things to see how long it would take after how many uses to actually break. Brutus, thank you so very much for gifting the gift sub to Lizzie. That's excellent. Thank you so much for your generosity. I really appreciate it. And congratulations, Lizzie, on getting a gift sub as well. That's awesome. And that brings you to 11 months in a row as well, Lizzie. That's excellent. Thank you so very much. How's things going, Brutus? I hope your Friday's going well. That's excellent, Brutus. That's awesome that you're going great. As for me, I'm doing really well. My Friday's going great. Having a good one. We're on level 3 out of 4 for this part of the game. When you finish the first 4 levels in India, they give you the option to choose which order you do the next 3 places in. So I've already done Nevada and London. Once we actually do the 4 levels here, then Lara will go to the final levels in Antarctica then. So it's going really good, and I've been able to get all the secrets in all the levels up to this point so far, so we're tracking well for that too. So I can unlock the bonus level at the end of the game. Shit. Oh yeah, that's just to collect that if you need it. It's going to be interesting when the remasters for Tomb Raider 1, 2 and 3 come out. Because I got a feeling that the way that they play, where things are located, like secrets, items, all that kind of stuff, are going to be the same. It's just that they'll have the updated graphics, and you'll be able to switch between the updated graphics to these old school ones on the fly whenever you want to. I don't think they've revealed any info about the specs for the remasters, as in, are they going to be having options for like old school controls versus like, you know, new school ones, so to speak. and things like that. So I'll have to wait and see what they do there, but it's cool that they're finally doing something with those though, because the PC versions that have been released on Steam and GOG were just basically thrown on there. Any optimization that you need for the games to actually run properly on your own systems, the PC versions, they're just like, figure it out yourself. Luckily there's fans that have patches and mods and things that they've been able to get them to work and stuff like that. So it's actually good to see that there's finally an official thing that's happening with the older ones to make them playable on newer systems without having to go through the rigmarole of trying to figure out whether or not you need a certain patch or mod to fix certain things. Plus it'll be a chance for people who don't necessarily want to play games that look the way that these old ones do. It might actually entice them to still play them and experience the story and stuff. But I doubt that the gameplay is going to change. Like, I don't think they're going to change anything about how certain jumps need to be done, your positioning before doing them, and all that kind of stuff, though. Will Lara still be wearing shorts and a crop top in Antarctica? That'll be a bit chilly. No. No, she'll be wearing snow camouflage pants, boots, and a orange coat jacket thing. Oh, and the remasters will also have all the extra content included with them as well. Each of the 3 games actually had what back then were just expansion packs, but nowadays you'd call them DLC. They'll be included with 1, 2, and 3. So it'll be good for me because I've never actually played those expansion packs for Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 before. So I'll definitely be doing that when they come out next year. Plus, I've already got in mind what type of playthrough I'm going to do as well. But I won't say what that is until I get to it next year. Alright, I need to check. There we go, secret 2 or 3. I need to look at where the next secret is anyway, so I'll be able to find out how to get off this spot where Lara currently is. The game screen's just freezing because I'm clicking off of it. Alright, so I saw where the next secret is. Milan, the orange jacket kind of negates the snow camouflage trousers. The enemies might think the jacket is blowing around in the wind if Lara keeps leaping and rolling about, though, I suppose. Yeah, it's like the jacket was caught in the wind and was being blown around, and it's like, oh, that looks weird. Hey there, Lucinda. Welcome on in. Good morning to you as well. How's your morning going so far? Tomb Raider 3 is going well. I'm actually going to be getting through the levels in the South Pacific Islands quicker, it seems, because this is the third level out of 4 in South Pacific Islands, so doing pretty well. Coming up soon is a very fun part where we have to go down rapids in a canoe. And whenever I do that mission in Assassin's Creed Liberation on the canoe in the rapids, that's what I always think back on. Morning's going well, only woke up 25 minutes early today. Sleeping schedule is almost fixed. Well, that's good. Yeah, it's annoying when sleeping schedules get thrown out of whack, and then you're trying to get things back on track again. Lucinda, so how far along are we in the game today? So we're in the third of 4 levels that take place in the South Pacific Islands, and then after I finish that, there'll only be 4 more levels left in the whole game. But there's no way I'll be finishing the game today, though. Still a lot of levels and a lot of time spent, because I'm looking at the YouTube guide for the secrets as well. I can't turn the camera around independent of which way Lara's actually facing, so I can't even fucking see what I'm going through. Safe here. Milan, people in canoes rock moored boats more when they go past than big narrow boats do. The canoeists don't seem to care about their wake causing disturbances, so they don't slow down when passing moored boats. I think that's kind of like a bit disrespectful, you know, for them to do that. Lucinda, oh nice, still lots of good progress though. What a journey this game has been. Absolutely, especially getting all the secrets. If I knew where they all were off the top of my head, it probably would have taken less time. But the thing about them too is some secrets aren't just simply go left instead of right and you'll find it. Some are like, you need to go around here and you need to trigger this. If you don't trigger that, then the spot where the secret is won't be open to you when you pass it, kind of thing. And that might be so far away from where the secret is that it would feel like you've done heaps in the level as well. So some secrets are very kind of like intricate and time consuming to even get to, let alone know where they are to get to them. Kroger, the boat mechanics look slightly worse than in the one level in Liberation. Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. Like the controls in Liberation for the canoes isn't that bad. Granted, though, there's not as many dips as there are in this, and you're also got to watch out too, because Lara will take damage if you fall from too high, even in a canoe as well. Milan, canoeists are the canal versions of cyclists. They think the rules don't apply to them. Yeah, that's the other thing too. You know, they just have that mindset. Here we go, this is the third and final secret for this level. I'm actually pushing forward, and the canoe's going back. Alright, let's try this again now that we're lined up with the health crystal. No, Lara decided to stop going straight and go on a diagonal, therefore going off track from this forward, 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 and up. Here we go. No, bumped the wall, got knocked back. Ah. Like trying to thread a friggin' needle while you're falling down a waterfall with your eyes closed. Oh, finally. Jeez, game. Talk about being precise. Now let's turn things around. I wish it was as simple as just pressing a button and then the action follows, but it's very, very tricky. Plus with tank controls as well. High precision, Gary. Lizzie, you hate the whole blanket assumption about cyclists. I mean, like with anything, there's always exceptions to rules and stuff like that. Listen, this looks like a balancing act. Oh my god, a crocodile. After all that, mauled by a croc. Yep. I had the canoe too close, so that when Lara jumped, she wasn't able to make the jump. But yeah, you definitely get a thumb workout too from this, if you're using a controller. Ah, now the tables have fucking turned, haven't they now? Oh great, then there's one of these asshole enemies that can poison you. There. Oh. Didn't want to fall back in the water. Come on, shoot. There we go. All right. Finally got that part done. Now I better save it. Crooked, hope you have a good rest of the stream center. You're going to be lurking for now? That's okay, no worries at all, dude. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for leaving the lurk too, as well. I hope you have a great start to your stream. Are you going to be doing some more GTA? Is it today? But I'll definitely catch you again soon, Crooked. I'll give you a raid when I'm done. Because even if I do finish these South Pacific Island levels early, I'm not going to push to do just a couple of the Antarctica levels. I'd rather do all those in one stream. But thanks for being here. I hope you have a great start to your stream. Yeah, Lucinda, it's a bit like that. And that's the thing about these old school Tomb Raider games too. Like, you might think you're safe, but one slight misstep and boom, you're dead. Crooked, indeed, it's a GTA week. Can't remember the last time you played only one game for an entire streaming week, but didn't want to do two before Mirage launches. Well, that's definitely a good idea, and it has been a while since you have done just one game, you know, without having another one to break it up in between as well. Less than a week to go. Yeah, it's crazy to think how quickly it is now, considering there's been a lot of like wonderings about it over the last couple of years. And I mean, November was when Valhalla came out, so it's almost 3 years since a new Assassin's Creed game came out, which I think is a little bit of a record for how long it's been between main entries at least. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? Crooked, absolutely. It's the longest pause we've had so far, and it's not even a new gen AC game either, lol, at least in between main titles. Well, that's true too. You know, it's not going to be graphically any kind of like step up or anything from Valhalla. It's just going to be, you know, along the same sort of like graphical quality and stuff. And obviously using the same animations as well. So you still got this weird kind of like, you know, in real life, how when people turn to go in another direction, once they've been standing still and facing one way, you know how in real life, everyone on the planet does this weird sway with their head as they turn around? No? Well, they do that in the newer Assassin's Creed games every time. The character will be robotically standing there talking to someone, and then their face will be to camera, and then the character walks off, but they sway their head as they turn and then turn off and then walk away. So it still looks like they're keeping that for Mirage, unfortunately. So hopefully when they do have a jump up in generation, that they actually get rid of that. You going well, Ryu? That's excellent, dude. Glad to hear that. I don't know if you were aware of Onimusha before, Ryu, but there's also a Netflix animated series of that too, that was announced recently, or they showed a trailer for it. Because I watched the trailer for the Netflix Tomb Raider, the teaser trailer that they released recently, and someone in the comments had mentioned the Onimusha one, and I was like, oh, shit, I didn't realize that they did, because I really liked the first 3 games in that series. Hey there, Afro. You binge watched like 5 DBZ movies. You did? So how long roughly each would they go for? Like about an hour and 20 at the least? $40 to an hour. Oh yeah, well that's not too bad then. Imagine if they were like 3 hours long each. That would be a long time. This probably is too far. No. They're like extended TV specials, are they? I gotcha, yeah. Yeah, it's like when there's a show and they do like a 2-hour premiere or whatever, and it's really just because they've put 2 episodes into the one. I think I can drop. There, good. Afro man, you love hand-drawn animation from like the early to mid-90s. Too pretty, is it? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely interesting too how animation styles have actually changed over the years as well. And you get some where it was just a different style to be unique to other things. But then you get the animated series where the style that it's done in isn't unique because 10 other animated series use the same style as well. Which if you like if you like the style, it's good, but if you want some differences, then it can be a bit monotonous if they just all have the one same style without any variation. Afro, very much a dying art. DBZ has had like 6 or 7 different artists, each bringing their own style each episode. That's really cool that they gave them the creative freedom to actually do that kind of thing. Like obviously they would have had parameters that they still had to work between or work within, but to still give them the creative freedom to be able to do more than just, hey, make it exactly 100% the same. Gave them the freedom to be like, hey, maybe if we did some little changes here and there. I mean, I haven't actually seen it myself, but if they're able to bring their own unique style to a long-running show, then that's got to say something about the creative freedom that they were given. But it's funny too how some animation styles from years ago get reused in a way that actually makes people interested in them. Like, for example, if you look at the game Cuphead and the style of animation that they used for that, that's a very, like, old school style of animation. And for that to be used, and for that game to be as popular as it was, just goes to show that it's not always about when a certain style came out or when it was mainly used. It's about how effective is it used in such a way that people are like, oh, this is really interesting or unique or really cool, and that kind of stuff. So I do feel that, like, while obviously new styles of animation do have their place, I think it would be good if there were also some animated things done that were of the old school style to help keep it alive as well. Because, I mean, not everyone would be the same, but I mean, I'm one of those people that if you show me a movie from 1920, if it's got a good story, if it's a genre that I like, if it's got good acting in it and really good music, then I'll still enjoy it, even if it's from the 1920s. If you show me a movie from 1960 and it's a movie that has great acting in it, I like the music, I like the story, then it doesn't matter to me that it was made in the 1960s. You can show me a movie made in 2010 and and so on and so forth. So there's definitely things that can come out a long time after they were popular and still get a good reception. That's why I think too, like, if Capcom, for example, were to go, hey, how about we do a series of side Resident Evil games that are done in the old school style, like fixed camera angles and all that kind of stuff. Granted, not every single Resident Evil fan would be interested in playing Resident Evil games that are of that style, but for the people that are, it'd be cool for them to have more games in the series that are of that style to actually enjoy. I'll grab that auto-modded message in a moment, Afro. Afro, it's really hard to fathom sometimes that DBZ is a 30-year-old series debuting in the mid-80s, the original Japanese run. That's true. Yeah, I mean, that's something that I didn't know. Like, I always thought that it was just a series that started in the late 90s. I didn't realize it was something that was actually started earlier. Afro. Alan Wake is on schedule, you see. Never played that game, never even heard of it up until a few years ago. Absolutely, yeah. It's been a tradition on the channel for a few years now where when I kick off my horror streams in October, I always start with Alan Wake. It's one of those games that I can't get tired of replaying, no matter how many times I have. And in October's case for this year, I'll be playing through it twice. So the first playthrough will be very vanilla, and I won't be doing the 2 extra episodes. I'll just be going through the game kind of like, you know, quote-unquote normally. I'll be playing it on normal. I won't be doing it on Nightmare or anything. I can't anyway, straight away, because I'm playing the PlayStation 5 version of the remaster for the first time, so it'll be a new save file and everything. The next Alan Wake playthrough, though, in October, after that initial one, which will happen later in the month, will be in preparation for Alan Wake 2, and that playthrough of Alan Wake 1 will be an in-depth one where I listen to all the manuscript pages, where I watch all the Night Springs episodes, I listen to all the radio stations, and do the 2 extra episodes as well. What I'll also be doing is playing Control, because it's part of the same universe, and then once I finish the main game of Control, I'll play the Alan Wake DLC for Control, and then that'll be a good segue into Alan Wake 2 when Alan Wake 2 comes out. So that's my plan in October. Do Alan Wake at the start of the month, normal playthrough, not doing the DLC. Later in the month, play through the game, get all the manuscript pages, watch all the Night Springs episodes, listen to all the radio stations, and then do the extra episode DLCs, and then do Control, the Alan Wake DLC for that, and then Alan Wake 2 as well. Hello there, Cody. How's things going, dude? I'm doing really good, Cody. Things are going well. I'm glad to hear that you're doing great. Especially because it's Friday and the weekend's almost here. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's Friday, 9:05 p.m. here at the moment. So only a few more hours left of the day, but still. It's going really good. Great. Alright, so when you land in that spot, the game makes Lara freeze if you're still holding the move button down when she actually lands. Oh, is it Cody? Says 12:05 p.m. Brutus only 17 hours ahead. Just 17 hours worth of time. That's a lot of hours when you think about it. Duh. Of course it would. There we go. Hello there, Stan. Welcome on in. That's right, I just got here actually. I just got here to the stream. I started the stream 4 hours and 10 minutes ago and then just left it running. And now I just popped in. How's it going, Stan? Stan, you're going good? A slow morning, so you're playing Watch Dogs 2 a bit. Decided to watch a bit of twitch.tv streams. Oh yeah, that's cool. So what part of Watch Dogs 2 are you up to? That's such a fun game. Oh yeah, the graffitis in that game. Yeah, I haven't done that for a long time. It's kind of cool that you can do that as like a little side activity. Yeah, that's a bit of the downside of it though, trying to figure out actually how to get to where they want you to be to do the graffiti. Nice spelling, hands and brain. Good job, was well done. Lucinda, let's play the mini-game of how to climb this building, you, in Unity and Syndicate, and apparently in the future, when you play Watch Dogs 2. It's like, okay. What are the 10,000 steps I need to take? In which direction? Especially too, Lucinda, because Watch Dogs games, they do have minimal parkour, but you can't scale buildings like you can in the Assassin's Creed series, though. That blinking health bar is giving you anxiety. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's funny in this game because I like to hoard my health kits. I've got 46 small ones and 28 large ones. But I'm just holding off. If there's a health crystal, then I'll just basically get that. Stan, that's why it becomes a complete puzzle. Oh, true. It really does. Listen, at least it doesn't beep like it did in Zelda 1. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the one of the downsides of the old school Zelda games is the beep that happens when you're almost dead. Oh well, I'm gonna have to use a health kit now because we're poisoned. I don't like to have to use one of my 28 large medipacks, but I guess we have to. I hate these fucking enemies. Probably going to be ages before a health crystal, so I may as well use one of my 46 small medipacks. I don't feel I should have to, though. Damn you, game. I'm only being 95%, I'm only being 5% serious. Okay, let's make a save. Cody, you not played a Zelda game yet? There's just so many, too. In the series, but the majority of them, it doesn't matter if you haven't played the ones before. There's only a handful that actually are sequels to each other, like directly. So if you ever want to get into them, there's a lot of the games in the series where they're pretty much just, a standalone. But the basic concept is, in all the Zelda games, there's the main hero, and lore-wise, their name is Link, but whatever you name your save file is what the people refer to the character as. So if you call if you name your save file crap, then they'll say, "Hi, crap." Not an actual, scripted dialogue. because there's no voice acting in the majority of the games, in terms of like actual dialogue that they say. I think Breath of the Wild was the first game in the series to actually have spoken dialogue that's more than just like sound effects and stuff. Which actually reminds me of Banjo-Kazooie, when you have the enemies, when they talk, they don't have actual words, they have sounds like when they're talking. Stand right, we have cranes, ladders, scissor lifts, flour, eggs, salt, and sugar. How to make this into a cake so you can get on top of that skyscraper while balancing on something precarious. Listen, you haven't played any of the Zelda games before, but you've watched their speed runs. They're definitely one of those popular speedrun games as well. And it's cool to see too, because it's another way that they get some more longevity. Stan, whenever you see a Zelda stream on Twitch, it is either a speed run or a race lol. Yeah, and then you get those randomizers as well, where everything's put around. But the funny thing is, going all the way back to the very first Zelda game, there was actually a randomized version of the game that you could access, but it wasn't something that you could select from the menu or anything like that. You had to know what to name your save file. And so when you named your save file, I think the save file had to be called Zelda or something. It's been a long time since I've even read about that, but what would happen is you would unlock a second quest, and they would rearrange the location of where the dungeons were and where certain items were as well, as a built-in thing. Cinder lol, nice. It's like, how can we make this character memorable? We won't have them actually have a voice, just make them make noises. Of course, in a lot of the other Zelda games, whenever Link is attacking enemies, he's like, yat, 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 yat. In any case, with this level, I had to use a health kit anyway, because there's a particular drop that we need to do in the canoe, and if you have very low health, you'll actually die from the fall when you land. So it takes off over half your health if you have full health when you drop down from that height. Dan, one thing you think that was better in Watch Dogs 1 is Profiler. You think it was better in terms of aesthetic and functionality. You're not a fan of the early Eagle Vision, like, colourful stuff. Yeah, sometimes it can be a bit difficult to actually figure out where something is when you use that kind of vision mode in Watch Dogs 2. And while I don't mind it myself, it can be a bit tricky getting used to maneuvering the mini game where you have to switch the direction that things are flowing in. How they moved it from being like a flat thing on the screen that you navigate to actually being in the game world where you have to move the camera around to see where it connects to make sure that when you're switching it to feed it to the right spot and all that kind of stuff. You're legit curious, did you see the early trailer for Tomb Raider: The Legend of Lara Croft? I did, yeah. Yeah, it was good to finally see something because it was announced ages ago, like probably 2 years ago now, it feels like, when they first announced that they were working on it. So it's good to finally see something from it. There was no dialogue in it, so don't know what Hayley Atwell's performance as Lara is going to be like. But I think it's in safe hands. I think she'll do a good job with the character. I will miss Camilla Luddington voicing the role, though. But it's not the first time in the series that someone's voiced the character for a few games and then they got replaced for other stuff. So it's not one of those things where I'm like, boycott it because the person who played the character previously isn't doing it. But I think they did a good job with the reboot version of Lara. So it's sad to see Camilla Luddington not return for that, but I'm sure Hayley Atwell will do a good job. So it looks interesting. There's a few shots there that, I mean, if you didn't know already, by seeing the bow and arrow and the climbing axe, it is the same version of Lara Croft from the previous 3 games. And then you see a photo of Roth and Jonah and Reyes and Alex and Sam together, so that's another thing that confirms. They didn't show it in the teaser, but it has been confirmed that Jonah's going to be returning, and they're going to take a character from the other games that hasn't been in the reboot continuity yet, which is Zip. He was in Tomb Raider Chronicle in the original continuity, then he was in Tomb Raider Legend and Underworld as a different version of the character in a separate continuity, and so they're doing yet another version of Zip in the reboot trilogy, well, in the reboot continuity. What do you think of the animation and art style? Safe to say it'll definitely be most of the reboot timeline. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I think the style's good and everything like that. Be interesting to see when it's set, because they originally said there might be a time jump from the end of Shadow. So it'll be interesting to see what the story will be as well. There we go. Secrets 3 of 3. The start of this level's annoying because you got these cannibals that shoot poison darts at you. So it's very, very annoying. It's a very anime-like style, you must say. Yeah. I saw some comments that were like, "Oh, it's not true anime and stuff." And personally, I'm sort of like not. I don't know the ins and outs of what anime is supposed to actually do in order to be classified as such. But it seems to be very similar to the style that they've used for like the Castlevania one and the one that they're using for the Onimusha one as well. Alright, so gonna look at the video guide to see the secret. In this level, there's only one. You also the Devil May Cry series. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really into Devil May Cry, so that hasn't really been on my radar. But then again, I'm a big fan of Onimusha, and I didn't realize there was a Netflix show based on that until I saw the comments in the trailer for the Tomb Raider one about the fact that there was one for Onimusha. The game screen will be frozen, but that's because I'm just clicking off of it. I can't believe this. It isn't until I'm looking at this guide to get the secrets that I've discovered there's a way to prevent a certain ceiling trap from even doing any damage to Lara. There's a secret block that you can pull out of the wall and it'll actually stop the spiked ceiling from going too low. This reminds you also just got done writing a rough outline for how you do a Mortal Kombat series. You've practically been writing ideas for the AU, but this recent outline is a bit more faithful representation that adapts the canon as best as it can. Well, that's cool. That's good that you got the rough outline finished. It's always a good first step to get done. Alright, so that's why they took so long in the guide to actually get that secret. Because that door's not unlocked yet. Hey, Ishimura. How's things been going? Good to see you. I'm doing really well. Things are going good, Ishimura. Going through this level. There's only one secret in this one. To celebrate the game's 25th anniversary, I'm getting all the secrets so I can unlock the bonus level and do that. Because I've already done my annual playthroughs of these games for this year. Yeah, Shamir, it's been years since I actually got all the secrets to unlock the bonus level, so it'd be good to play it again. It was originally supposed to damn it, the wrong spot again. It was originally supposed to be part of the game's story. It was supposed to take place during the London levels, but for some reason they decided to take it out of the narrative, and so they added it as an unlockable. Not so much on the new game, necessarily. Something happened with the Embracer group, and they're the ones that have the rights to Tomb Raider, but I don't know if that was affected by what happened. But recently they showed the teaser trailer for the animated series. That will be a follow-up to Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Ishimura, same of Deus Ex, who knows what Embracer are doing. Yeah, that's a good point too, as well. I hope they sort things out with that franchise soon, because I don't know how much longer actor Elias Tefexis would be willing to wait to actually reprise the role of Adam Jensen, if that's the direction they're going in. If they're going to do a third game to make a trilogy for that character or not. But it would be a shame if they decided to actually do another game with Adam Jensen, but by the time they did, Elias didn't want to do it, which would be fair enough, but I think the character deserves to have another game. But it would be very hard for me to it wouldn't be hard for me to accept someone else as the character, but it'd be a similar situation to Sam Fisher in Splinter Cell, where it's like the person that they got to play Sam in Blacklist isn't a terrible actor. In fact, if you've played Assassin's Creed Valhalla, he plays Ivar in that, and he does a really good job in that role. So it's not that he's a bad actor or anything. It's just that the way that the character has been voiced in the past by Michael Ironside creates a situation similar to if someone was to replace, which has happened, obviously, in this specific example, with David Hayter not being, Solid Snake anymore. But if they did another Duke Nukem game and John St. John, who plays Duke Nukem, didn't voice the character, damn it, wrong spot again, then I don't know how well that character would be received, because certain actors just get tied to a role so tightly that it's very difficult to actually see someone else play the role. Ishimir, you sure Elias would like to love to reprise his role as Adam? Yeah, I hope so too, because it's such a great character. Like, and there's still some unanswered questions that Mankind Divided leaves open. So it'd be good to have those actually finalized. I haven't played the original Deus Ex, but I think it takes place in 2050, and Mankind Divided takes place in 2029, so there's definitely still a fair amount of years left before the games get back up to where the original game was set. Thank you for the follow, Nomad. Ishimiri, need to replay the Deus Ex games. Yeah, I do have plans to still do my annual playthroughs of Human Revolution and Mankind Divided, but it's a question of if I'll be able to actually fit it in. Because usually I play the Xbox 360 version of Human Revolution, and until such time as I test the waters with any Xbox games on stream, I need to figure out, need to do a test. Should play the first Deus Ex as well. Really great game. Yeah, I definitely plan to. I actually already have it. I bought it on Steam ages ago. I would have liked to actually do it after the annual playthroughs of Human Revolution, Mankind Divided, to do it in like timeline order. But yeah, have to wait and see. Okay, there's something I'm forgetting to do. Is there a switch I haven't pressed? Maybe I took too long to actually press everything. Ishimura just finished Control. Was quite a good game. The story was lost on you though, but hard tried to keep up with it. Yeah, yeah. There's definitely things in that game that on your first playthrough can leave questions and trying to figure out what's going on and stuff. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of reading that you can do too when you find the documentation around the place and giving you a bit of information about objects of power and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't until I was looking at where this secret was in this playthrough that I found out you pull this out and that prevents the ceiling with spikes from doing any damage to you. Normally I would try and, which is doable, but not doable without taking any damage. Normally I just try to pull these levers down without pulling that block out, but now that I know, makes things even easier. Ishimura, yeah, there was way too much reading in that game. You think you collected at least 250 of 300, too much to read. That's actually still a good effort, though, to only have 50 left out of that many. Oh yeah, 250 to 300 collectibles. Still, yeah, that's a great amount to get. Indeed, Lucinda, redacted. It's so redacted. Everyone redacted doesn't know what redacted, but redacted, and I think it's clear to see that redacted is the way to redacted, and I think everyone around the world understands that. You just uploaded the outline to the Discord. Oh, thanks for doing that, dude. That's cool. I'll definitely check that out later. Stan, you can easily tell from your tone that there weren't any FLC bombs in that rant, lol. Absolutely not, And as I always tell redacted, there's no redacted and then redacted, Indeed, Ryu, classic Indiana Jones moment. There should be a mod where every time that happens, someone should put the dun 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 bum ba dum bum bum bum. Stanley, you've seen enough of it within the short amount of time we've been knowing each other. Well, if it was a real and true rant about something, you'll definitely know and hear it. Then when I start a rant, you usually go, shields! If I've done things right, and I hope I have, then this area where the secret is should now be open. Unless there's something I've missed doing. No, it's open. That's good. It's one of those ones where you can't miss what activates the door to the secret to open, but you might not know the secret is there even after activating it to open. Yeah, Ishimura. The lights turning on. Although, no, that's a different emote. I was thinking about that meme where the dude is clearly been asleep and someone's woken him up and shining a light in his face, and he's got that look. I thought that's what that was. Lucinda said the things that you activate to open up a door for a secret, are they items you would normally interact with otherwise, or are they always like switches to flip in distant dark corners? Sometimes, because there was that whole sequence we had to do of pulling switches anyway to get through the level, I think in this secret's case, one of those switches actually opens up the door. But there are secrets in this game where if you don't do the specific thing before you get to where the secret is, then you can't backtrack to actually get it done. Secret 1 of 1. Ishimura, you know the one that you speak of? That's Limmy. He streams on Twitch and actually has that pic as his avatar. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. I had no idea. It always is. That's a funny meme, though. Like, just the facial expression. Alright, so it's boss fight time. Let's see. Time to use a different weapon. Okay, we'll use the MP5. Got 1,200 ammo for that. This is the end of the level, so it doesn't matter if we're poisoned. Because at the start of the next level, Lara will get all her health back. So I'm going to make a save before I interact with this stone. Because the cutscene that's going to play, I want to do some commentary over it, but I'll do the commentary over it after we've seen it played once without me talking over it. Stan, you'll go say hi to Crooked and then play a bit more Watch Dogs 2. That's absolutely no worries at all, Stan. I'm going to be raiding out soon because once I've finished this level, I'm going to wait until next stream to finish off the game with. That way I can do all 4 Antarctica levels with an early start. You know what I mean? But thanks for being here, Stan. Thanks for the GGs, Lucinda. That fight can be very annoying, especially if you're jumping around because you might fall down to your death as well as getting poisoned. And of course, it's a one-hit kill with that lightning strike that the enemy does. There we go. Only one secret in this level, one of one found.
This is Hamlet's to base. Come in, base. Come in, base. Dead air, man. You gotta get down. This is too much. Hold on back there. That was Harry.
Alright, so that's that cutscene when you finish. So when you do the first 4 levels, which are set in India, the game lets you choose which parts of the world you want to do in what order next. So you have the choices of Nevada in America, London in England, or South Pacific Islands, and you can do those in any order that you want. Whatever order you do them in, that sequence that we saw will be the same each time, because that's the sequence that leads into Antarctica, and the Antarctica levels are the last 4 levels of the game. You can't choose to do these before the time. Cody, not played the original Tomb Raider in years. Well, that's the thing that's good with the remasters that they announced recently. It'll be able to give people the chance to actually replay them if they haven't for a while. Because even though they're obviously updating the graphics, they give you the option to switch back to the old school graphics at any time as well. So it'll be good for people to be able to play the old school Tomb Raider games on systems that are actually modern and have it be optimized for it. Because the original versions, especially on PC, were just basically thrown on Steam and GOG without optimizing them. They left it up till to fans of the series to actually create mods and patches to be able to actually get it to run properly on your on newer systems and stuff. We've seen that cutscene, but now we're going to reload the save that I made for the previous level, and I'm going to do some commentary over the top of that cutscene this time around. What's interesting about these FMV sequences is when you look back on them, they look very sort of like archaic as well. And obviously facial animations and things. In the FMV sequences though, they're the only times when you actually see mouth movements made for the characters.
This is too much.
And I quite like the music in this part as well, in this sequence.
Hold on back there.
A little bit of humour there with the way that Lara is flailing around in the back of the chopper. I like little touches like that. And this big dramatic yell. He thinks that he's crashed and died, but he hasn't. But of course, he's not too smart because he's just basically staying in the cockpit. And we see Lara, of course, not knocked out, but knocked down. And she has the instincts and sense to jump out, whereas he was just sitting in the cockpit thinking he was safe. And of course, he drowns and dies. And Lara's like, so anyway, continuing the adventure. There's no, shit, is he okay? There's no looking at the wreckage. Lara's like, chopper's about to crash. I'm jumping out of here. See you later, pilot. And never says anything and goes on without her life. 10 years from this moment, she'll be like, oh yeah, that's right. There was a pilot with me when I went on that adventure in Antarctica. Well, that's right. They died. Anyway, this food's delicious. So there we go. So that was that cutscene again. Now we're in the final levels of the game. This, though, is where I'm going to end the stream. And things are going to be a bit different in October with the Tomb Raider streams. So usually it's once a week on Fridays. But after this weekend is finished, so it's not going to be this Sunday coming, but the next Sunday, Tomb Raider streams during October are going to be on Sundays. So this was my Friday stream of Tomb Raider. So the next stream of this won't be this Sunday, but next Sunday. Because Mondays through to Fridays during October are going to be for horror games as well. So I'll make a save here. There we go. So I'll make a save here, and this is where I'll end the stream. So the next stream of Tomb Raider 3, I may as well just give a date. So the next stream of Tomb Raider 3 won't be Friday the 6th of October. It'll be Sunday the 8th of October. So that's when I'll stream this game again and finish off the game. And as far as Assassin's Creed is concerned, on the 7th of October and every Saturday after that during October, that's when the Assassin's Creed stream will be. So this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, is still Assassin's Creed. Monday, however, is when I start my horror streams, and they'll be Monday through to Friday. So the next stream of Tomb Raider 3 will be Sunday the 8th of October. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. Just going to throw up a image there for ending the stream with, and close down the game. So the next stream you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, continuing my playthrough of that game, doing Phase 4 of celebrating its 10th anniversary, and what I'm doing for that is an assassin focus for this phase. So each phase has had a different kind of like focus, but the next phase, the current phase, sorry, is focused on doing assassination contracts, and other things of that kind of nature with it as well. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing GTA 5. I was going to say Assassin's Creed. But he's streaming GTA 5 at the moment. So we'll go and raid him. Yeah, Lucinda, it's so funny just leaving the pilot and being like, oh well, don't want to take note of his name just in case the family wants to know what happened. That's okay, Brutus. Absolutely no trouble at all. See you next time for sure. And no worries for the stream either, Lucinda. Cody, you enjoyed what bit you caught? Oh, that's excellent, Cody. I'm glad that you did. Thank you for joining too. Thanks everyone for watching. Listen, the next of kin will just have to assume he's dead. Yeah, that's so true. They'll just have to accept that. It's like, come on, are you serious? But yeah, these little things here and there. That's okay, Lizzie, for the stream as well. Absolutely no trouble at all. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda and Shillerlock. Lucinda is doing Assassin's Creed Syndicate. She's actually finished the main story, so what she's actually doing next is the Jack the Ripper DLC. And she's doing that to also segue into October, because she's doing a lot of horror streams during October as well. So she's going to be focusing primarily on the Resident Evil series, doing a variety of different Resident Evil games and also different types of playthroughs with those as well. So if you're looking for another streamer who does dedicated horror streams in October, she also streams horror stuff throughout the year and other months as well. But every October she does Horror Month. So if you're looking for another streamer who does Horror Month celebrations, highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel for that. But she's also an awesome streamer as well, so highly recommend. And same with Shillerlock as well. He's a great streamer with a great community as well. He's also playing through GTA 5 at the moment. He's also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed, and he's also a fan of the Dark Pictures games, so you might actually see him play some more of those in October as well. The most recent one that he played was Dark Pictures Little Hope, and another great streamer, so highly recommend checking out those channels if you haven't before. No worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. Always more than happy to give you one. There's a general raid message. Here's a raid message that has some free follower emotes. And there is one for subscribers as well. This schedule will change, but that's what's coming up. So on Monday, it'll be Alan Wake. I think I'll probably get that game done in one stream because the first playthrough I'm doing of that game for that month is just a general one and not doing the DLC. So I'll probably try and get that done in one stream, but if not one, then I'll be able to get it done in two. So the actual horror game will actually change, of course, but the days that they run will be Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays starting next week. So I'll update the information for that. So it's got Alan Wake for Monday through to Thursday. Friday, as I said, next week won't be Tomb Raider. It'll actually be the Sunday next week that the Tomb Raider 3 stream will be. And this weekend is Assassin's Creed Black Flag. But starting next weekend, it'll only be Saturdays that Assassin's Creed streams will happen, during October, that is. Thanks everyone again for watching. I hope you all have a good one, and catch you next time.